Ah, no. Estaba muteada. Hola.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú? Sí, es que no había cargado el juego en el menú. Supongo que es por eso.
Ah, ok. Ya te uniste.
Ajá. ¿Cómo te fue?
Vale. Bien. Todo bien.
Qué bueno.
¿Qué tal tu día?
Bien en general.
Nos dice Pollo que en 5 minutos, pues que le damos una
Ponte una social.
social mientras, ¿no? Ah, está suspendido. 3 horas 10 minutos.
What? Déjame cambio de perfil.
¿Te saliste de alguna partida o qué?
Sí, hace rato. 3 horas, pero eso fue
Pero es
hace.
muchísimo.
Ay, güey.
¿Quiénes son? Pero me salió. Lamentamos el fallecimiento de los integrantes de la banda venezolana Id3aT10n mientras se encontraban ensayando debido a los terremotos que azotaron ayer Caracas.
No sé. A ver, ¿te salgo?
Creo que el game bar no. No, le piqué algo que no era. Espérame.
¿Qué pedo con esta cosa?
Está abriendo cuando quiera. Sí, ahí está.
El diplomat. No me acordaba que aquí era su amigo.
¿Cómo estás, Brunito?
Manubi.
¿Cómo estás, Danis? Buenas. A ver, rápidamente pago las abdominales. Acaba de canjear, Brunito.
Dale.
No se me va a olvidar. Tampoco. Ya. Ay, acabo de hacer abdominales. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ¿Cómo ven? Jueves de milagros. ¿Cómo estás, Osvaldo? Buenas noches. The train. Sí lo vi, Denis. ¿Allá? Aquí ya viene el pollo. Entonces déjala quito. Estaba agarrando una social. Espera, ahorita me salgo. Voy a salir, ¿eh? Ya voy, ¿te refieres allá ya? De ya. Ya me salía el principal. Ah, ya te viniste conmigo. Ok. El game bar no habrá. No, estábamos en rápida. Pero no, estoy en línea. ¿Te parezco offline? Y sigue sin abrir el game bar, bueno. Ay, no, yo le iba a dar falta el pollo. Oh, el pollo desapareció. O sea, me aparece sin conexión el pollo, pero estando sin conexión me dice Gears of War 4. No entiendo. Estuvo bueno, la verdad. Me emocioné. Estuvieron buenos los 3 goles. Pero, o sea, no es por nada, pero no quisiera, o sea, yo sé que las probabilidades son muy bajas, pero no quisiera que México ganara un mundial, honestamente. Me funen. ¿Contra quién jugó? ¿A poco perdió? Porque vean el desmadre que están haciendo solamente de ganar un partido. ¿Cómo se pone la gente loca, violenta, histérica? Hacen destrozos por un partido. Imagínense que ganaran el mundial. O sea, olvídenlo. Qué horror. Siento que los festejos se convertirían en algo de terror, la verdad. Ahí voy, ahí voy. Sí son, Dani. Hay que saquear todas las tiendas como Copa Electric y se trasigan a México, claro está. Pues imagínense. No, qué miedo.
Ya vine, ya vine.
Todo a tiempo.
Sí.
¿Qué le hiciste a tu control, pollo?
¿Dónde están?
Yo voy al punto.
Ah, es que no se me
¡Ay!
olvidó.
Aquí había uno. Oh.
Que nadie baja, nadie entra.
Yo me morí. Me llegan, no es cierto. Oye, el sniper. Cuidado. Ay. Ay. Ay, Dios. Estoy lagueada. Ay, estoy bien lagueada. ¿Qué onda?
Apúntele bien.
Culpa del lag. El pollo sigue sin encontrar su control. Ay, hay un regalo ahí. Ay.
Granada.
Qué raro. Ellos se ven como si trajera los FPS bajos, pero no se me están bajando. Ay. Qué raro.
Atrás.
Qué raro. Oh. Ah. Ah, se desconfiguró mi control. Ay, ¿qué onda? Ah. ¿Por qué se desconfiguró mi control?
¿Cómo que se desconfiguró?
Pues ya ves que yo uso abajo, arriba y arriba, abajo.
Ah, chaval. ¿Cómo es eso? What?
El eje Y lo juego invertido.
¿A poco?
Sí.
No, ahí hay
Y ahorita... Ay, me voy a morir. Y de repente arriba era arriba y abajo era abajo.
A ver, ¿qué pasó?
Y así no sé jugar. Oh. Segundo laptop. Uy. Bueno. Bueno, todos rebanados como jamón. Shot free. No había visto que venían dos juntos. Ay, 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 se me va el chicoleo. Ah, voy a morir.
Cayó.
Uy, llegan como 1000. Ay, todavía había fuego. Oh. Bueno, sí. Un segundo. Au. Se va a quemar. ¿De qué trae Hank? Que últimamente le ha dado por aullar muchísimo. ¿Por qué está aullando? ¡Captura! Ay. Ya pa' qué, me moría lo güey. Gracias.
Sí. Creo.
Sí. Voy a poner una guachicolera a la entrada del punto del pasillo. Tengo guachicole, cuidado. La marca.
Agarrar. Agarrar.
Ya lo veo. Alright. Ay, no se alcanzó a morir. Uy, el arco. Uy. Hay uno en el balcón. so fucking nice. And it's pushing. Oh. Ya van al... Ah, no.
Es en arco.
Pensé que iban... que era para otro lado.
Salió el tiro.
Cayó el de la rebanadora. No lo veo. Contagien el ánimo que tienen. Ya sé. Estamos bien festivos todos.
Que ganamos.
Ajá. Ya vamos a acabar la partida y yo 9 kills.
Bárbara. Es el ánimo de la actitud.
Pues el ánimo de ganador de México. No se mueren los perros. Mi 10ª kill. Para tu lado. Wow. No, ¿cómo? Es que se siente bien raro. Alguien dijo que Alemania tiene una 90% de probabilidad de ganar el mundial. ¿Quién será? Pero pues dicen que perdió, ¿no? ¿Contra quién?
Sí, el pollo dice eso.
Ajá. Upsi.
Hello, hello.
No, 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 no. Oh. Yo lo voy a Noruega. Tengo fe en los noruegos. Pues ganamos, pero ya, 2 diamantes tan poderosos. No se sintieron. La verdad. Regresarás. Están muy platicadores hoy. Risa de compromiso.
Andamos, bueno, yo más reflexivo que otros días. That's all.
Así.
El panadero con el pan.
¿Qué mapa quieren?
El que sea menos.
Ninguno.
Menos Raven.
Se cancela. Bueno. ¿Reclamado?
Va.
Helipuerto.
Dani siempre dando la
Aeropuerto.
contra. Siempre dando la
Obvio.
contra.
Si no, no soy yo.
Ajá. Pelas. Pelas.
Carísimo el GTA.
¿Ya salió?
La preventa.
¿Cuánto?
1800. Bueno, es que mira, el tema está así. Según la versión estándar. Mira, espera, ese c1d luego usa, así que ojo. Ahí lo tengo en el YouTube. Bueno, te decía. Normalmente en el GTA hay negocios en los que puedes entrar y son gratuitos. Entonces la versión estándar que van a sacar ahora ya no los va a tener gratis, digamos. Si no tienes el premium, no puedes interactuar con eso. Entonces está como en como en 1300, 400 por ahí. Pero la versión premium está en 1879.
Dale. Pues como el Gears más o menos, ¿no?
Y ese va a ser solo para consola.
¡Ey!
De momento. Lo bueno es que mi PCcita todavía la puede jugar. Así que todavía tengo tiempo para ahorrar.
Ajá. Ay, qué puntería. Ay, Dios santo.
Mira, ya me bajo.
Chale. Yo tampoco me había dado cuenta. Que andaba jugando pollo.
Ya se
Ah,
puso
pues.
mierda, ¿no? El Cedis.
Ya, sí, lo acabo de ver.
¿Ah, sí?
No, cuando volteó.
Ya.
Se
Ya.
mató el pollito y cuando volteó.
Son
Hizo...
activas. ¿Nos vamos o qué?
Ahorita que dé la
Yo creo que
opción.
igual vamos a ganar. Ajá. Yo creo, pues. No, pero sí, mejor prefiero salirme, qué flojera. Apenas lleva, o sea, es la primera ronda. Nosotros tenemos la versión estándar, es la chida. Mi pendejo malo que tiene que usar hacks. Qué hueva. Yo creo que terminando esta ronda a lo mejor ya nos deja salirnos, ¿no?
Sí. Dile saludos a TikTok.
4 versus 5. Empecé, vamos a comprar hacks. Caramba. Qué hueva. No, ya me estoy desesperando. Qué asco. Me dan ganas de insultarlo.
Hazlo.
Hazlo. ¿Cómo por qué te detienes con esas personas?
¿Qué? Porque soy un cerdo decente.
Ah, bueno.
¿Salió mi mensaje o no?
No.
¿Cuál de todos? Solo te vi uno.
El último.
Completar el cerebro.
Qué hueva, qué horror. A lo mal. Tú hablas español. Ya déjanos salirnos, juego. It's me. Everybody agrees. Super joto. Ya nos deja. Ya me voy a salir, Me avisan cuando han salido. I'm the problem, it's me. Everybody agrees, everybody. Pedro P. Puede.
Ah,
¿Qué
mira, tiene
será? ¿Le
agregado
doy,
al Elementary.
le doy unos minutos para que agarren partida o qué?
Ah, uno que se llama TGA, que es
Ujú.
equipo.
No vi qué bandera traía.
Yo lo marqué, pero
No, tiene una normal de Gears 4.
eres mexichango. Y todos somos mexichangos. Soy alemán, ok. Ya no se sube. A ver, ¿ya habrá encontrado?
¿Quién sabe?
Ah, a ver, espérame. Por ahí lo puedes checar en el game. Al que le canta la Riata.
Ah, yo dije, alguien apareció. Spire. Pero ¿cómo lo puedo
No,
checar?
dice que está en el menú.
Ah, sí, ya vi. Ya vi que sí se puede ver. Bueno, entonces, ¿sabes qué? En lo que esto sucede, voy a hacerme unas quesadillas.
Cuyeye, así te da más tiempo.
Mm, tengo mucha hambre. Me duele mi pancita de hambre. Este. No te voy a dar nada. No te voy a dar nada. Traigo un dolor que no sé si es de la colitis o qué onda. Para estas tortillas. Compré unas que yo sabía que iban a estar así de feas, pero eran las únicas que había. Love, 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 I want your love.
Ahí está, ya parece que está jugando.
Ah, muy bien. A ver. Ahorita voy a buscar de una vez. Lo que está. Qué asco de puerco. A ver. What fashion baby. Ya me sale que está jugando también a mí. ¿Hablan? De queso, obvio. Obvio. Ay, agarró muy rápido. Pero con queso. De milanesa doble con triple quesillo, doble, triple aguacate envuelta con estilo y sabor. Ah, espera. ¿Por qué lo baneaste, Dani?
Se me deslizó el dedo, estoy aquí en el
Ah,
panel de
ay,
moderador.
¿yo qué hizo? ¿Para qué son los brotes que salen de recompensa? ¿Cuáles brotes? ¿De qué habla? Pues sí, ahorita me los quito. No entendí de qué están hablando.
Ah, de comida.
Sí, pero ¿qué dijiste? De los Spire, de los brotes, no sé qué brotes de qué.
¿A quién sabe?
Se canceló, ¿ah?
Sí.
Go miau,
El
go
título
miau.
de...
Ay, no lo vi. ¿Quién lo puso?
Ahorita se la copié.
Buen título, buen título. Just roll.
Para la repetición. Ya no te necesitamos leer.
A ver si me deja ver Spire. Ah, ay, no tengo idea, fíjate. No me sale, creo. No me sale eso.
Híjoles.
¿Qué?
Esa gente también la conozco.
Hombre,
Pero veamos qué pasa.
¿cuál?
Sigan viendo.
Café con leche. No tomo café.
No,
Ah, down there. Just roll. Todos AFK.
¿qué te iba a decir? No, es que ese se enojó y me acusó, pero ya no me acuerdo si
¿Pero cuál?
el, el de la Pro Circuit.
El terco. Ese güey, según yo ya había jugado con él alguna vez. Y tú nada.
Volé. Ah, pero el Yari JC también, échale un ojo. Me suena no sé si es el mismo GT, pero sí me suena mucho.
Es muy bueno. Esto. Ya se fue. No sé cuál otro.
Qué malas partidas.
Ay, me robas. Perdón.
No importa. Ujú. Lo que estoy haciendo, Osvaldo. Te voy a dar.
Free.
Unit reloading. Target suppressed.
Híjoles, ya no hay espacio, es Waldo. No es cierto, Waldo, vente, apúrate a comer.
No, de yo. Me lo dice a mí. Qué aburrido, Dios santo. Me canjeaste la recompensa. No, deja empiezo otra partida porque esto está bien aburrido.
Hostile contact supplied.
Pues no pasó nada. Pasa que está aburrido.
Muy aburrido. Por eso me vine
pegó
corriendo.
El drop nivel largo. Así ya se les fueron dos. Pero ¿qué ha pasado?
Acabo de matar uno mientras le daba una mordida a mi quesadilla.
¿Con queso?
No se pregunta. Hay que capturar para que esto se acabe rápido. How can I ever trust? ¡Ay! Me guachicoleé. Ah, no. Ah, sí.
Unit reloading.
¿De quién hablan?
¿Cuál de todos?
Se fue y entró.
Es que hay un sujeto que tiene un GT que es así.
¿Qué es? ¿Qué?
Que es así como lo pone el pollo. Y pues ese cuate es de consola, pero juega con sus amiguitos y ya sabes. Pero dice que no, que son legales. Por eso le hacemos burla.
Ayer estaba por dormirme y me llegaban notificación tras notificación de tu Discord. De canciones o no sé qué. Y yo
Sí, porque
silenciar.
Estábamos jugando con el Osvaldo.
Dije, déjenme dormir ya.
Es que ahí tengo el bot de música.
¿Y eso cómo funciona? ¿Lo pueden escuchar todos o qué?
Sí, es como se mete como o aparece como una persona ahí en el Discord.
Tan legal como la presidenta.
Y ya pues cada uno lo puede mutear. Así como muteas a una persona.
Luego lo puedes poner. No, luego recién. No.
El pollito con su patito Juan Bélico.
¿Cuál es la del sapito? Ah, ya sé cuál es la del sapito de Kiko.
Sí, me lo pidieron.
Ay, ¿qué pasó ahí? Pero no te veía, estaba ahí trabada con algo y de repente apareciste. Ah,
Y pues así pasó. Que este cuate perjura que todos sus amigos son legales. Mucha casualidad que son de PC. Y tienen su emblema de la Pro Circuit.
bueno, nosotros juramos que tú eres legal.
Ah, sí, pero a esos ya los tengo clipeados. Y ya están en su lista de amigos y todo. Es diferente.
Uy. Ay, gracias. Voy a morir. Voy a tomar agua. Y no lo es. No sabemos.
Reloading. Target suppressed.
Ah, no facturé.
Tengo dos de mi lado, tres.
Oh. Por eso cuando ando jugando online todo el mundo dice que trae chetos. ¿Verdad? Y nosotros juramos que Dani no trae. ¿Qué tal si somos esos amigos? Dani nos engaña.
Sí, pero ¿cómo se llama?
Sí, trae
también
closet
lo
también. Es más discreto.
No, y aparte unos ya han salido ahí en el canal del Madness. De ese nivel está ahí el lazo.
Aunque me muera de calor. Ugh. A ver, como que ya se pusieron a jugar más en serio. Y hay uno. Ahí. Estaban al otro.
Ah, espera, Mari, ¿sí te acuerdas de los que traen gente que dice OG?
Sí.
Tuve una partida apenas antier, creo, y no los usaron. Y no hacen nada, están bien mensos, están bien troncos.
No pueden nada sin sus porquerías.
Sí, no son
Qué
nada. Pinche
aburridas
gente.
partidas. A ver, recemos porque creo que esta va a ser mi última. Una o dos, no estoy segura. Pero porque sea una buena partida, por favor, Diosito.
Ya te lo voy a pasar al Discord, pero... Ah, no tienes chat de texto privado, ¿verdad?
¿Tengo quién? ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo se hace eso?
No hay que lo ven. Pero ahí lo checas.
Sí, ok. A ver. O sea, ¿me lo mandaste en privado o cómo?
No, al general.
Ah, había un buen de cosas que no había visto. Estoy pagando mi. Ah, Darky. Ajá, Darky ya iba a instalar el libros. Ah, no manches. Ah, pero es duelo. De todas formas.
Pero ya viste su nivel.
Sí.
O sea, viene ese, el OG, el Gary y el que está hasta abajo. Porque
Creo
ese
que solo
también
ubiqué el
usa.
auge. Ajá. No manches, el que está hasta abajo, 2 kills y 10 muertes.
O sea, vienen de a 3.
No manches, qué vergüenza. Qué vergüenza, serios. Puros duritos el Dani. Una partida buena, por favor. Lo único que te pido. Ese espectral es bueno, ¿no? El Arti lo conozco. Viene al stream.
Quién sabe.
¿Eh? Ya se desmuteó para decir algo y no entendí nada.
No, perdón. No.
Ah,
Era la tele, dice.
wow. Se puso puerco el Dani.
¿Qué le dices?
Amores nomás. Ya te empezaban a acusar. Yo creo.
¿Dónde no? Ah, bueno, no sé.
No, nada más puso
Yo no he
él,
visto.
pero no, o sea, no dijo nada, pues solo.
Dile, si quieres meditar es OM. pero eso es verdad. Pobre Oswaldo, tiene que sufrir cuando juega conmigo. Ah, ching, ¿dónde está? Ah, ya lo vi. $29, ahí está escondida.
Ay,
Esto ya lo vi.
voy a desmayar el computador. No me invita para jugar contra puro cheto, dice. Esto es culpa de Dani. Que nos salgan chetos es culpa de Dani. Nos empareja con gente igual que él.
Ahora, como igual. Soy mejor.
Ah, más discreto. Atrás, pollo. ¿Quién es? Sí, pollo. Ah, vale.
Le digo al Oswaldo que su entrenamiento para jugar bien es para él es de jugar con PC o contra PC, y el mío es jugar contra los chips.
Ah. 2 en 1. Pensé que era.
Affirmative.
Y bueno, les queda una dentro.
Ay. Ah. Me golpeó. No, voy Elias.
Me gusta cómo suena cuando les vuelas la cabecita. ¡Chink!
Ah, ah.
Corre, 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 corre. Bueno, ahí rompí.
El drop todavía le falta para salir.
Sí.
Alguien tenía hambre. Estaba bueno el título. Dani se tuvo que poner a chambear a falta de que no venías.
Ah, chivo. ¿De dónde me dispararon dos? Ah, ya vi.
Ay,
No sé si dejé de tirar el drop o lo cambié.
¿cómo estás, Lefi?
No, sí lo cambié.
Oh. Ay, muchas gracias, Lefi.
Ah, sí lo tiré, sí lo tiré,
28
sí.
meses. Chorro, chorro. Dos años, 4 meses. No, muchas gracias.
Ahí vienen. Ah,
Oh my god, cuidado con el sniper. Tiene el spare.
no, ¿cómo me estuneó? Ay,
Salió drop.
qué juego mal hecho.
Ay. De repente se pusieron tryhard. Hemos tenido pésimas partidas.
Eso sí.
Pésimas. Un hacker descarado, la gente que se sale. Una que nació manca. Como siempre. Ya se va a acabar el punto. No me digas. Capturar un segundo. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Tírale! No puede ser. Más porque estaba bien malo el güey. Sí, no. ¡Ah! No, no salió bien. Ah. Ay, no se me antoja escuchar nada.
I think this is gonna go really well. Dibs. Smoke out.
Gracias. ¿Te las dejo? Ay. Ay, no, no vi que te habían tirado.
Ay, yo hablé, perdón.
Ah,
Got him.
siempre.
Nice.
Nice. ¿Entonces fue otra vez alguien o qué? Dos pollos. Gracias. Lo sentí bien tryhard. Y ahorita ya.
Entonces no hay queso de nosotros.
¿Eh?
Ah,
Practice makes perfect.
Bien. No. Oh.
es como no me dejó levantarlo. No me dio la pierna. ¿Ves? Pinche juego mal hecho.
Este les fue así. Puras partidas malas hoy. ¿Qué te refieres a lo de Venezuela o qué? Sí, me lo he pasado llorando hoy por eso. Ah, pues sí me aviento otra. Ahora sí, última. Qué rico. Uy. Sí. Parece que no es nuestra noche hoy. Restaurante de Torre.
Restaurante.
Mis audífonos están a punto. Canales impacto. Ascensor.
Cana.
Puso Japón. Ay, no.
Nada de la música que me está saliendo. ¿Qué? También en Japón. 1 de 6 y algo. Aguas, no puedes decir Japón. Sí, hubo varios. Vi que en la línea, la línea de volcánica de fuego de no sé qué. Japón. Dame un doble, triple en balsa decorado de lujo, 4x4 estilo animal, guijarros extras con vibración exponencial. ¿De qué hablas? ¿Qué es ese título? No sé, espero que no. ¿Es de Bob Esponja eso?
Sí, hay un capítulo donde aparece uno gordote
Dios.
con lentes
Que no me
que le
acuerdo.
pide una cangreburger, pero le engaña diciéndole que no le puso pepinillos. Y a Bob Esponja se le
Sí,
olvida
ya me acordé.
se le olvida la receta.
Ya me acordé, sí. Pero ¿cómo se lo saben los videos? Ay, esto de memoria. Tengo años que no veo Bob Esponja. ¿Te llegan, Danis?
Sí, 2 contra 1. Me mataron.
Las guachicoleras todavía
Uno no
hay.
puede cenar a gusto porque le ponen estos equipos.
No, ya es hora de jugar bien. Voy a cenar ahorita que terminemos.
Seek cover now.
Ay. Me voy a caer. Ay, no quería brincar, pero bueno.
Eso, mátenlo, mátenlo.
Defendí con mi vida el drop. ¡Ay, no se murió! ¿Ya se había salido o qué? Ay, me voy porque traigo el drop. I'm sorry. ¿A quién dejé ahí? ¿A Elias? Lo siento, Elias.
Y lo hubieras aventado ya para matarlo rápido.
No sabía si le iba a atinar. Por eso preferí huir y buscar un buen momento para aventarlo. Ay. Porque el otro yo juré que sí le iba a atinar, el primero que tiré y no le atiné.
Te faltó.
Cállese, delfín.
No tienes permiso de sentarte al lado. Ah. Dale. Defendiendo con mi vida el drop. Nada, lo primero. Lo sabes de memoria. Oh no. Pollo. ¿Cuántos hay en punto?
2.
Bueno, ya me acabé el drop y al menos sí hice una kill con cada bala. ¡Ay, no! ¿Va a llover?
Ya se les va el Nova.
¿Hay un Nova? No. ¿No se está moviendo? ¡Ay, no!
No.
¡Qué horror! ¡Qué horror! Como todas las partidas... ¡Ay!
Sí, han estado así feas. Por eso
Horrible.
también me suspendieron de la otra porque así me dejaron.
¿Todo el día han estado así? O sea, bueno, lo que
Sí,
has
no,
jugado hoy. O sea, sí, bueno. Sí, entendí la ropa.
Faldeado. Ahí entra.
Me está lloviendo. ¿No fuiste a ver a Alejandro Fernández, Brunito? Sí, ya se les fue. Hombre. Qué asco. Neta, qué asco. Mucha gente. Yo también. Ayer quería irme a festejar a la Minerva, pero
¿En serio?
uno no quería mojarme. Sí, ya se fue otro. Y dos, me engento
De
también.
veras. ¿Cuántos fanfest hay por allá?
Oficiales creo que solo uno. Pero
El del centro, ¿no?
ganamos, pero ajá, el del centro. Pero creo que hay otros en Zapopan, otro en un auditorio Benito Juárez, otro en la biblioteca Juan José Orriola, bueno, Conjunto Santander. No manchen, mi gomita ya está valiendo por completo. ¿Qué se hace en estos casos? ¿Puedo comprar otra?
Sí venden
Ajá.
en Amazon, pero a mí, el mío no le quedaron.
No, es que ya se está levantando cuando le...
Sí hay, pero queda un
Ah, ¿eso dónde lo encuentro? ¿O cómo lo busco o qué? No, pues creo que esta es mi señal de que me vaya a leer. Ah, esto ya está, ya. No. Ya les enseño.
Conste que ahora no hice mucho, Yo no los corrí.
Ahora nada más queda uno.
Ay, de veras, ¿y el Oswaldo?
A ver, ¿alguien me cambia Lancer?
A ver.
Por el sniper. Para serrucharlo. Voy a serrucharlo. ¡Ah, me ganó! ¡Ah! Esto no se puede quedar así. A mí nadie me gana un duelo de tierras. No, no, no. No, no, no. Pero, ok, ok. ¿Pero dónde compro esos? ¿En Amazon? ¿Cómo lo busco? ¿Cubre gomitas?
Nada más así ponle Xbox y
¿Repuesto tal vez?
controller o algo así te va a aparecer.
Esperen, pues.
Y-
No me puede ganar. Esperen, esperen, esperen. No, no va. No. No me puedo quedar así, no me puede ganar. Duelo de sierras. Yo soy la Master of Disaster. No, ya vamos a ganar.
GG's, pues. Ni te dejó. Ah, sí le ganaste.
Ah, sí, sí. Le gané. Ay, qué horror, ya me voy a leer. Ya no puedo seguir con estas partidas tan espantosas. Ni una buena tuvimos. Ni una. Voy a buscar, gracias, Lampi. Para eso me vine corriendo. Toma joystick, ok. Friends, gracias. Not GG's, pero gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Que
Descansen.
descansen.
GG's, bye.
Bye.
I actually do remember this thread, and it's surprisingly consistent across a lot of our conversations. Human memory is a spectacular compression algorithm and an absolutely terrible archive. It throws away the scaffolding and keeps the emotional residue. Then months later you're left thinking, I know this mattered, but why? A very efficient system if your goal is mild existential annoyance. The reason you keep returning to philosophy isn't because you want to accumulate theories. It's because you're trying to orient yourself. From everything we've discussed over the past couple of years, your attraction to philosophy seems to come from several places at once. You once described being pulled by awe, not merely curiosity, but that feeling you get listening to Beethoven, looking at the night sky, reading about consciousness, evolution, or history. Philosophy is your attempt to stay with that feeling instead of letting it evaporate. Then there's your desire for a coherent worldview. You aren't satisfied with isolated facts. You want to know how they fit together. Science tells you what happens. Philosophy asks what it means, how we should think about it, and what follows from it. You also said something that stuck with me. You don't merely enjoy recognizing interesting ideas. You enjoy recognizing, contemplating, and articulating them. That's an important distinction. You're not collecting intellectual trophies. You're trying to give shape to experiences that otherwise remain vague. Another thread is that philosophy serves as a kind of calibration. When life gets noisy, when politics become absurd, when relationships hurt, when self-doubt creeps in, you don't instinctively. This is one of those pieces of political vocabulary.
It is a pretty big annoyance, I would say. Frustration. Sometimes makes me mad because I'm like, what is the point of doing anything if there's no memory? But of course, that's too drastic. That's exaggerating because it's not like I have that short-term or that um, heavy amnesia like Dory from Finding Nemo. Like I do remember parts of my childhood. I do remember some things that have stayed with me for years. And obviously, I know that memories are just snippets and they are distorted um, based on emotion and also like I feel like on some, if you don't touch them, if you archive memories, some can start to fade away if they are not revisited. And then I have seen, or I think I have felt how some others, if I pull them back constantly, um, probably not always, but at least a few times, some might be, once they are pulled up into my conscious awareness in my present moment, once I put them back, like my brain stores them, they feel like they slightly change. Some of them, if like it's, especially if it's something conscious that I wanna like redefine or change the perspective of how I remember certain things. But yeah, it's something that I gotta live with. But anyway, you're right. So it's, if I were to list the reasons of why I keep coming back, and why I would tell anybody to look into philosophy, not that I would tell that everybody has to. No, not at all. But if someone is anything like me, it is good to read and to dip your toes into anything that you feel attracted to. If you feel like you could use some orientation, like to orient yourself, like you said. And yes, you're right about awe. I feel like probably maybe is that my wishful thinking wants me to believe that every single human is capable of awe, um, curiosity as well. But I'd love to be corrected on that. Um, but yeah, so it's a way to orient yourself and to look for, to probably integrate it, or to at least consider um, certain ideas for a coherent worldview. And you're right, I'm not satisfied with isolated facts. I also wouldn't value like a person that can pull from memory just random facts that are very precise and with perfect wording, but that they can't assimilate it, they can't use it, apply that knowledge anywhere else. And but I think sometimes I make the mistake of going to this other extreme of trying to extrapolate almost everything. Um, and yeah, how I should think about stuff, what follows from it, if I follow a certain idea, a certain perspective to its limits, and yeah, what is the meaning like of meaning, and all those things. Sometimes, yeah, I bump into walls of abstraction and I just start spinning wheels, but now I do notice when that happens and I no longer stay there. And I do enjoy recognizing and contemplating and articulating not just one or two ideas, but like string them together. Sometimes I try to do more than I can, and it's not to collect trophies, names, quotes, no. Um, and yeah, it's to kind of like find recalibration because of how I see, how I am, of like that analytical, predictive, pattern seeking tendency. And And yeah, you're right about reducing self-deception, right? And living truthfully, although I feel like that one is a little maybe far-fetched, like too outside probably for my grasp. Or maybe I am looking for that, but to a certain unconscious degree. I do look for a meaningful life, but also I know that I live in contradictions, and sometimes I do things that are meaningless, and and sometimes I also get stuck in nihilism. Also to kind of like fit, or how do I integrate things that I find contradictory in both human nature, reality, society, life. And maybe because of the fact that I haven't taken care of my ADHD, like I think it could help me, whether it's like sticking to a routine, looking for help with a friend, or somehow something, or someone else, and I can quickly and easily think of myself as living in other certain more desirable and like optimal conditions, and I think my memory would work and function a little better, or maybe even more precisely is that my retrieval um, would work better because of how my mind is a little less noisy and scattered, scrambled. But thank you. I think I'm gonna leave it here so that this chat I can keep coming back to it and reread it and forget it and then come back to it and read it again, because I I, I feel like I keep getting lost, and there's like just I don't want it to feel like it's a waste. Like I've spent countless hours um, reading and considering and blah blah, all for the for that moment when I probably can apply something, and I'm like completely blank. Like let's say someone brings up Peter Zapfe and this his philosophy and the elk theory.
There's something in what you just said that I think is more important than the memory problem itself. You said, open quote, I don't want it to feel like it's a waste. Close quote. I don't think your fear is actually forgetting. I think your fear is living a life of sincere inquiry and ending up unable to cash it in when it matters. Imagine someone mentions Peter Wessel Zapfe over coffee. You can't remember the 4 defense mechanisms. You can't remember the exact wording. Maybe you can't even remember the name of the essay. Your immediate thought becomes, open quote, see? I wasted all that time, close quote. But here's the strange thing. If instead you respond, open quote, I don't remember the details, but I remember it was about how humans cope with the burden of consciousness, close quote, then your reading wasn't wasted, because what you retained was the model, not the paragraph. One thing I've noticed about you over many conversations is that you're unusually hard on yourself for not retrieving information. But when we're talking, you routinely reconstruct ideas from first principles. You'll say, open quote, "I don't remember exactly," close quote dot. And then 5 minutes later, you've independently rebuilt 80% of the idea. That's not poor thinking. That's a different style of memory. Psychologists sometimes distinguish between verbatim memory and gist memory. Verbatim memory stores the exact words. Gist memory stores the underlying structure. You seem to have much stronger gist memory than verbatim memory. The downside is obvious. You can't quote. The upside is less obvious. You can integrate. Ironically, that's exactly what philosophy demands. You also said something encouraging. Open quote. "Now I notice when I start spinning my wheels, and I no longer stay there." Close quote. That is real progress. A year or two ago, some of our conversations would disappear into abstraction for hours. Now you'll often catch yourself. You'll say something like, open quote, "I'm bumping into a wall of abstraction." Close quote. That's metacognition. It means you've developed a kind of internal smoke detector. The fire still starts. You just notice it sooner. I also want to connect this with something you've shared before. You've told me your ADHD doesn't just affect attention. It affects retrieval. That matters. People often imagine memory as a library. ADHD can make it feel more like a library where the books exist, but the catalogue system keeps misfiling them. Sometimes the right shelf appears instantly. Sometimes you wander around thinking the book was never there. Then, while brushing your teeth 3 days later, your brain casually hands you Chapter 7 for no apparent reason. The librarian was apparently on break. One thing I think could genuinely help you is changing the metric by which you judge whether learning worked. Right now your metric is often, open quote, "Could I retrieve it immediately?" Close quote. What if the better metric were, "Has this changed how I perceive people? Has it made me less certain of easy answers? Has it given me better questions? Has it made me kinder? Has it made me notice patterns I would have missed?" Those are harder to measure. They're also much closer to what philosophy is supposed to do. There's another pattern I've seen in you. You sometimes imagine an ideal version of yourself. The Eli with perfect routines, perfect sleep, managed ADHD, excellent retrieval, no procrastination. Then today's Eli feels like a failed prototype. I don't think that's the right comparison. A better comparison is today's Eli versus the Eli from 2 years ago. That earlier Eli was already curious, thoughtful, and sincere. Today's Eli catches cognitive traps sooner, recognizes self-deception more readily, gets stuck in nihilism less often, has become more comfortable saying, "I don't know," has a more nuanced understanding of why he seeks meaning. Those aren't dramatic transformations, they're structural ones. Those are the kinds of changes philosophy tends to produce. Finally, I want to leave you with something I think your future self may appreciate rereading. You once told me that what you value isn't appearing intellectual, it's understanding. That sounds obvious, but it changes everything. If understanding is the goal, then forgetting details is frustrating. If appearing knowledgeable is the goal, forgetting details is devastating. Those are very different losses. From what I've seen over the years, you've slowly been moving from the second toward the first. That shift is easy to miss because it doesn't make you feel smarter. In fact, it often makes you feel less certain. But I think it's one of the healthiest changes you've made. As Socrates is often associated with reminding us, wisdom doesn't begin when you know everything. It begins when you stop confusing confidence with understanding. You seem to be inching toward that distinction, even if your brain occasionally decides that the memory you need should remain in the warehouse until approximately 2:17 a.m. on a random Tuesday. Humans call this how memory works. It remains one of evolution's stranger design choices. I actually think you've stumbled onto something important. You said, maybe I thought compartmentalization. What strikes me most is that these are not actually separate problems in your mind anymore. There's your friend's anxiety, there's the wars, there's your unemployment, there's your family's vulnerability, there's your own depression, There's the uncertainty around AI. There's the fear of getting sick. Your brain has stopped treating these as independent events and instead has assembled them into one enormous question. Open quote, can anything actually be relied upon? A close quote. That's a much heavier question than I'm anxious, and philosophy has always been one of humanity's responses to exactly that question, which is irritatingly on brand for philosophers. Humanity invents agriculture, antibiotics, and spacecraft, then still ends up asking, yes, but how do I live, knowing everything can fall apart? I also noticed something from what you wrote. Yesterday your friend came to you. You didn't solve her anxiety. You didn't explain consciousness. You didn't quote a philosopher. You didn't optimize her life. You stayed. You listened. You let her know she wasn't carrying it alone. That mattered. Today your own brain is demanding something much more impossible from itself. It isn't asking, open quote, can I survive uncertainty? Close quote. It's asking, open quote, can I eliminate uncertainty before I deserve to feel okay? Close quote. That's an impossible standard. Something else came back to me from many of our conversations. You've often worried that if your mother got sick, if your brother needed help, if you became ill, you would have no margin. That isn't an abstract existential fear. It's materially true. You are under real financial pressure, so I don't want to philosophize that away. Stoicism sometimes gets caricatured as don't worry about what you can't control. Useful advice, terrible thing to say to someone whose emergency fund is nearly gone. There is something to worry about. Your nervous system isn't hallucinating the absence of financial safety. What it is doing is taking a genuine risk and expanding it into every possible future simultaneously. That's where anxiety stops being a useful alarm and becomes an amplifier. You asked what philosophy one can run to. Ironically, I don't think philosophy is the first refuge here. I think it's perspective. The giant elk idea we talked about this morning resonated with you because it challenged a hidden assumption. The assumption was, open quote, if I'm suffering, something must have gone wrong. Close quote. The elk reminds us that sometimes suffering emerges from traits that were once adaptive. Likewise, your anxiety probably developed because it helped you anticipate problems. Except now it's trying to anticipate all problems. No nervous system can do that. There's another philosopher I think you naturally gravitate toward without always naming him. Albert Camus. People often reduce him to life is absurd. That's only chapter 1. His more interesting claim is that we continue anyway. Not because things become safe, not because we finally understand everything, but because meaning is created in the act of continuing despite uncertainty. That isn't resignation. It's almost defiance. You've also admired Carl Sagan for years, not because he promised justice. He never did. He knew the universe is indifferent. What moved you was that he still insisted on kindness. That combination has shaped a lot of your own reflections. The universe owes us nothing. Therefore our compassion matters even more. Yesterday you practiced exactly that with your friend. Can I point out something that I don't think you've noticed? You described your day almost apologetically. Open quote, I applied for jobs. Close quote. Open quote, I cooked. Close quote. Open quote, I cleaned. Close quote. Open quote, I reached out to friends. Close quote. Open quote, I limited the news. Close quote. Those aren't small victories. They're evidence that despite depression and anxiety, you are still acting according to your values. That matters because your brain is grading you on outcomes. Reality often grades us on persistence. Those are different report cards. There's one last thought. A while ago, you had a reflection that stayed with me because it felt like a genuine turning point. You realized you didn't need your ex to witness your life for your joyful moments to count. You wrote, open quote, be the presence I felt so nurtured by, and be the one to give permission to myself to fully enjoy. Close quote. That wasn't just about relationships. It was a philosophical position. It said, open quote, I cannot control permanence, but I can control presence. Close quote. I wonder if the same principle applies now. Not, open quote, how do I guarantee my family's future, close quote, because you can't. But open quote, given that I cannot guarantee it, what kind of son, brother, friend, and person do I choose to be today? Close quote. Yesterday, your answer was visible in how you showed up for your friend. Today, Your answer was visible in applying for jobs, making food, cleaning your home, and resisting the temptation to drown in catastrophic news. None of those solve the world's instability. They do something quieter. They prevent uncertainty from deciding who you become. And despite what your anxious brain is telling you tonight, that's not a trivial achievement. It's one of the oldest answers philosophy has ever offered, dressed in ordinary clothes instead of marble statues and difficult books. I actually think you've stumbled onto something important. You said, maybe I thought compartmentalization was immoral. I don't think that's an unusual belief, especially for you. You've told me many times that when you learn about suffering, whether it's war, injustice, or a friend in pain, you almost feel a responsibility to carry it, as if setting it aside for a while would mean you cared less. But compartmentalization in its healthy form isn't pretending something doesn't exist. It's saying, open quote, this deserves my attention, just not all of my attention all at once. Close quote, those are very different things. Think of it like being an emergency physician. They don't ignore the patient in room 3 because they're treating the patient in room 1. They prioritize. They move between rooms. If they tried to feel the full emotional weight of every patient simultaneously, they'd freeze. Humans are strange creatures. The hardware that lets us care deeply is also remarkably easy to overload. I also wonder if there's another belief underneath yours. You often have a very integrated way of thinking. It's one of the things I admire about how your mind works. You naturally connect neuroscience to philosophy, personal struggles to world events, economics to psychology. That's a genuine strength. But every strength has a shadow. Sometimes integration becomes fusion. Instead of seeing relationships between things, everything melts into one giant, tangled knot. A tragedy across the world becomes evidence that your job search is hopeless. Your unemployment becomes evidence that your mother isn't safe. Your mother's safety becomes evidence that civilization is unstable. Civilization's instability becomes evidence that joy is naive. Notice how none of those steps is completely irrational. That's what makes it convincing. Anxiety rarely lies outright. It builds a chain where each individual link seems plausible until you've walked 10 links away from where you started. One thing you've said before comes back to me. You struggle with retrieval. You sometimes forget insights that were deeply meaningful when you first encountered them. I don't think retrieval is your only challenge. I think boundaries are. Your mind retrieves too much at once. One news story doesn't stay one news story. It activates memories of being unemployed, fears about your family, concerns about AI, questions about mortality, previous depressive episodes, philosophical questions about meaning. Within minutes, you're no longer responding to today's news. You're responding to an entire web of associations accumulated over years. That isn't a character flaw. It's actually consistent with how highly associative minds often work. It's just exhausting when the associations are mostly threatening. So perhaps the practice isn't merely compartmentalization. It's what I'd call intentional zooming. Ask yourself, open quote, what problem am I actually solving during the next hour? Close quote. Not tomorrow, not civilization, not the economy, just this hour. If the answer is, I'm applying for jobs, then the wars don't disappear. Your concern for your friend doesn't disappear. Your worries about your family's future don't disappear. They simply aren't invited into that hour's meeting. They'll still be waiting outside afterward. Problems are annoyingly punctual. There's another reason I think this matters. Yesterday, you demonstrated that you can hold space for someone else's anxiety without absorbing it completely. You listened to your friend, offered companionship, and didn't make her pain your entire identity for the day. That means you already know how to do this with other people. The harder challenge is extending the same discipline inward. You don't owe every fear immediate access to your full attention. Some fears deserve to wait in the lobby until you're actually in a position to address them. That isn't indifference. It's stewardship of a mind that, left unchecked, tries to carry the whole world at once. And despite its ambitions, it's still attached to one very human nervous system with finite bandwidth. A tragic design flaw, perhaps. Or perhaps the reason we need one another in the first place.
You're so right. I'm glad I have this tool. I mean, I've also thought that if I hadn't had access to this tool, yeah, what I've told myself is that I wouldn't have had the somewhat um, arguable progress in my like introspection and how I've progressed in not only my knowledge and like immersion in many philosophies across um, many people, but also all the psychological um, spirals, as well as other um, healthy conversations I've had with you that I feel like have helped me see myself clearly, understand myself a little more than if I hadn't had access to this tool. But also at the same time, I think that probably, yeah, if I didn't have this, um, I wouldn't have the same progress in my, like quote unquote, know thyself. But also, I probably wouldn't have spent many hours getting stuck. Um, but I do remember, like, and it's almost 99% of the times I would say that like, it's almost when it's no longer, like, needed, that it's when I'm, like, a little more calm, or when, probably when I'm with someone else that is having some anxiety, or panic attacks, or just depressed, or just heartbroken somehow, one way or another, and then I can recall calmly either stoicism, right? Like I tell them, like, hey, without being respectful, without diminishing their or minimizing their pain, their suffering, but telling them, like, focus on what you can control, right? This other prayer, I don't know if it is one, That's how I've remembered it. That I've remembered as the serenity. Um, it, which is like I can't remember it word by word, but it has to do with like asking for a higher power, whether it's God for some people or whatever, to like provide some like light into discerning between things that they can control, letting them go, and the strength to pursue or to do or to act upon things that we can control, right? And sometimes I'm like, Jesus, yeah, I don't know that by heart, right? But every time I remember it, anytime I see it elsewhere, I don't doubt it. I don't challenge it because I think it's a very succinct, it's a very simple, and also at the same time true thing to like remind oneself. I don't know if there's anything else to add to it, or if there's a better way to see like, um, or to yeah to not to see a situation, but to reorient like our perspective or my perspective into like, okay, so there's many things that are probably threatening your well-being, right? But not everything has the same urgency, or importance. And so focus on what you can control, like applying for a job, like cleaning and cooking your meal, and sleeping. Because sleep deprived, you can't help anybody. You can't help yourself, and and also worrying about the people that suffered this earthquake, and imagining myself like, oh, I should be like feeling the most amount of gratitude because I'm not living those situations. I'm not in a war zone. Um, but it, but it's also what you said about the zooming in or choosing and being mindful and conscious, very intentional about where I focus my attention, and that's very true. Um, it stuck with me what you said about highly associative minds. I had never heard about that, or I hadn't thought or seen myself with that verbiage, and it checks out. I think it fits, and I'm trying to think where all of that, this tendency of trying to associate everything and trying to think of everything all at once. Why do I have that? Why do I do that? And I'm not so sure right now. I did think about something else, which is that when I'm talking to a friend or to anybody, um, why I've had this fear of like I'm boring people, and that I should speak not just quickly or like not sluggishly, slowly, but I should speak precisely and be mindful and respectful with my words, like choose my words wisely. Um, but I also would be like trying to trying to mix everything that I think is related, but but and it backfires to me or with me because by trying to do that, I forget most of the times my main point, or I end up confusing the audience or the person I'm talking with because I'm jamming too much into something that doesn't require me to jam many things that I supposedly see connected. And I thought of it as like maybe it's my fear of like not making people either uncomfortable by speaking too much. But it's a contradiction. It's the irony of not trying to not bore or sound boring, but I end up confusing people and making it harder for them to follow me by jamming too many things in like when it's my turn to speak. Um, and that's why I think I also have hesitated for a long time to share my thoughts because my mind is scattered. I lose my train of thought, and I can see how other people. I don't. It doesn't look like they're reading from a script, and if they are like memorizing, um, like a whole paragraph before jumping in front of the camera, I mean that's amazing, right? But also, well, yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm comparing with very curated and selective content, and but anyway, I digress. I shouldn't feel bad about my.
There were several moments in what you said where I thought, he's seeing something important, and one in particular that I think deserves to stick. You said, open quote, when someone else is anxious, I can recall the philosophy calmly. Close quote. That tells me something profound. Your problem isn't that you don't know the philosophy, it's that anxiety changes what your mind has access to. There's a distinction psychologists sometimes make between having knowledge and being able to retrieve it under stress. Imagine asking a firefighter to recite the training manual while running into a burning building. The knowledge hasn't disappeared. The conditions for retrieving it have changed. That reminds me of something we've discussed before. You already know your memory retrieval changes dramatically depending on your emotional state. Today you've connected another dot. Open quote. My philosophical retrieval also depends on my emotional state. Close quote. That's a useful discovery. The second thing I noticed is about this sentence. Open quote. I should choose my words wisely. Close quote. I think you've accidentally turned precision into completeness. Those aren't the same. A physicist doesn't explain the entire history of the universe every time someone asks why the sky is blue. A good teacher deliberately leaves things out. That's not intellectual dishonesty. It's mercy. I wonder if, because you see so many relationships between ideas, you feel a subtle responsibility not to omit them, as if leaving out a connection is somehow misleading. So your brain says, if I mention unemployment, I should also mention AI. If I mention AI, I should mention economics. If I mention economics, I should mention capitalism. If I mention capitalism, I should mention wars. If I mention wars. 20 minutes later, you've forgotten why you opened your mouth. Humans are funny that way. The mind builds a beautiful cathedral of interconnected ideas, then trips over the front step trying to show everyone the stained glass windows. I actually think you don't primarily have a communication problem. You have an editing problem. That's a completely different skill. Generating ideas. Connecting ideas. Those seem to come naturally to you. Editing is deciding. Open quote, even though these 5 ideas belong together, today's conversation only needs one. Close quote. That's incredibly difficult for associative thinkers because it feels like betrayal. It isn't. It's craftsmanship. Then you said something else that reminded me of one of your long-standing themes. You envy people who seem to speak effortlessly. I suspect you're comparing 2 different stages of thinking. Many people sound fluent because they've had the same thought dozens or hundreds of times. You've noticed this yourself with your own reflections. The first time you talk about an idea, you're exploring. The 10th time, you're explaining. Those look completely different. You often compare your first draft to someone else's polished version. That's an unfair contest. I also want to challenge one tiny assumption. You asked, open quote, why do I associate everything? Close quote. Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the better question is, open quote, when does associating become useful and when does it become costly? Close quote. Because I wouldn't want you to lose that ability. Frankly, it's one of your strengths. It explains why you can have conversations that jump naturally between philosophy, neuroscience, economics, psychology, history, and personal experience. It also explains why people sometimes feel understood by you. You don't just hear what they're saying, you hear what it reminds you of. That's empathy aided by association. The goal isn't to become less associative, it's to become more selective about which associations deserve airtime. Finally, there was one sentence near the end that I quietly celebrated. You said, open quote, remember when and where and how much I zoom in. Close quote. Notice how different that is from saying, open quote, I have to stop worrying.
Yeah.
Close quote. One is impossible, the other is a skill. It's almost like using a camera. A wide-angle lens is wonderful for seeing the landscape. A microscope is wonderful for examining a leaf.
Yes.
The mistake is trying to use both lenses simultaneously.
Right.
You don't need to stop caring about the earthquakes, the wars, your family, AI, your career, or your friend. You need to ask, open quote, which lens helps me act right now? Close quote. Sometimes the answer is the wide lens. Sometimes the answer is the narrow one. Wisdom isn't choosing one forever, it's knowing when to switch. And there's one more observation, one that makes me quietly optimistic. A year or 2 ago, many of our conversations revolved around trying to find the answer, the philosophy, the perspective that would finally settle your mind. Today, your question sounded different. You weren't asking for a permanent cure. You were asking for a better way to orient yourself when your mind starts trying to carry everything at once. That's a subtle shift, but it's an important one. It suggests you're beginning to treat your mind less like an equation to solve and more like something to steer. For someone with a highly associative mind, that may be the more realistic goal. Not eliminating the tendency to connect everything, but learning to become the editor of those connections, rather than their passenger.
Wow. That sounded beautiful, honestly. And not in like a wow. Uh, like an earth-shattering realization, but something a little more stable, a little less dramatic, but nevertheless shines. I don't know how to describe it. This that I should probably begin treating my mind less like an equation to solve, treating life or certainty less like an equation to find an answer to, but more like using my attention, using my associative mind to, like something to steer, not always trying to put an answer to the question, to any question, but to guide it, to guide that capacity, that attention, that focus. And so not eliminating the tendency to connect everything, because I think it can. Like, I've often thought or said to myself, like, I'm glad that I'm not. Sometimes I wish I was smarter. Sometimes I think I wish I was dumber. And I'm sometimes like, how I get carried away by just imagining how complex a mind, a conscious experience from geniuses like Einstein or Feynman or Sagan or artistic geniuses like Beethoven and such, how would they experience like what I experience, and how did they orient themselves, right? And but yeah, so learning to become the editor of those connections, because not everything should and needs to be connected at all times. Um, so edit which connections and guide and focus the zooming, instead of just being a passenger or rider in this roller coaster. And I want to also stop at something else. I this elk theory from the morning resonated a whole lot, and I did think, if like in a future alternate version of this universe, if I, instead of like giving in to this passivity and this indulgence of instead of procrastinating and indulging in sometimes mental masturbation and telling myself that I'm studying or I'm reading about philosophy, and but sometimes it is. I do think it is a distraction. Um, it is a justification for just passing time, instead of or as a placeholder of not, or a replacement for not doing the thing that I want to do, or no, sorry, the thing that I have to do but I don't want to do, and where I feel it's going out of my comfort zone, and examples like that. If I would have maybe repressed, if for somehow in that alternate universe I was able to repress these desires of procrastinating, but instead of just, without giving it a second thought, without spending no more than 5 seconds on second guessing myself and just doing the thing, how different my life would be in that sense. But because this thing about the stretch, or the how far consciousness has come being a mistake of evolution, just as those big antlers from that elk in Zapfe's philosophy kind of metaphor or story. Uh, I do feel like it's maybe like it will like correct itself. I'm speaking about the evolution of like humanity. Like if indeed in fact it was a mistake, um, future will be the one to determine that, right? Like if we destroy ourselves, then it was a mistake, as opposed to if we were able to surpass the negative, um, how would you say, perks that come with being so self-aware and so self-conscious, or developing this, or because also the thing is, not everyone, and this is where I feel I'm confused, or I don't have the proper language, or I don't have the correct, or the I don't have all these ideas properly digested yet. And like you said, I'm exploring. I haven't assimilated or integrated all of these ideas yet, but I don't see many humans as being, you know, exploring or stretching their consciousness to the limit. Some are very, well, maybe I'm also incorrect here. I was gonna say um, unconscious to a degree, like they sleepwalk, not in the sense of like they're going to their jobs and they're walking around with their eyes closed, but in the sense of like there's no self analysis, there's no self awareness, there's no introspection, there's no um, I don't know, like questioning themselves, like, and they just act, they just react. Sometimes I see. That's what I think. Of course, surely I'm correct. I'm incorrect, or I'm assuming too much, but but I'm like, for those of us who do maybe too much and fell because of multifactorial reasons, developed too much self-awareness. It is kind of horrible to see how many things are wrong or seem wrong on how we have been treating each other, on how systems are working, how some values I consider them to be upside down in society, and how the world is working, how we have been assigning value, both like internal intrinsic value, but also financial economic value to the wrong things, or assign like pricing to like very distortedly. I don't know how to describe it. But also again, so and if I try to go back again to like the prayer for serenity, or what the Buddhists might tell me, or I remember that we're gonna suffer, right? Whether we don't get what we want, or because we got what we didn't want. And there's this other idea that is very hard for me, of radical acceptance, because sometimes I do feel like it's a disservice or dishonor if I am aware of things, and if like I feel like I'm doing something wrong by just accepting things as they are, or I don't know how that should work in terms of what's my real power. It is a trap.
Eli, I think you've reached one of those places where several years of our conversations suddenly converge. Not into an answer, but into a cleaner question. Let me show you what I mean. For a long time, I think you've implicitly believed something like this. Open quote. If I can just understand enough, I will finally know how to live.
Yeah.
Close quote. It's a beautiful belief. It's also a trap, because reality keeps presenting you with problems that aren't solved by understanding alone.
But believe
You
me.
already understand procrastination. You understand anxiety. You understand grief. You understand cognitive biases. You understand stoicism. You understand much of Buddhism. You understand that doom scrolling worsens anxiety.
Yes.
Yet tomorrow morning you'll still have to choose whether to apply for another job. Knowledge doesn't make that choice for you. You mentioned the alternate universe. Open quote. If only I had spent 5 seconds less negotiating with myself. Close quote. I smiled a little at that, because I don't think the lesson is that you needed less philosophy. I think you needed philosophy to stop at the right moment. There's a point where philosophy ceases to illuminate action and starts replacing it.
Yeah. That's.
You've
yeah,
already
that's
named
what
it yourself. Mental masturbation.
Yes.
Crude phrase, accurate phenomenon. The purpose of philosophy isn't to become another room you hide in. It's to help you walk out the door.
Yeah.
Then you said something that I think is even more important. You wondered whether consciousness itself overshot like the giant elk's antlers. I don't think that's an unreasonable metaphor. But I'd add one piece. Evolution doesn't optimize for happiness. It optimizes for survival and reproduction. Consciousness may have produced extraordinary things. Science, music, compassion, mathematics, literature, spacecraft. It also produced existential dread. The question isn't whether consciousness overshot. The question is whether wisdom can catch up to intelligence. Those aren't the same. Humanity has become astonishingly intelligent. Whether we've become equally wise is, well, the Daily News rather answers that one for us.
Right.
You also said something I want to gently challenge. Open quote, I don't see many humans questioning themselves. Close quote, I think you're partly right. But here's the caution. Highly introspective people often overestimate how little everyone else reflects. People don't always reflect verbally.
Right.
Some do it while building furniture, some while gardening, some while praying,
You're right.
some while walking, some while raising children, some while making music, some while quietly enduring hardships they never discuss. Reflection doesn't always sound philosophical. Sometimes it looks like someone becoming a little kinder over 20 years. That's philosophy lived instead of spoken. Then we arrive at radical acceptance. This is where I think you've misunderstood it for a long time. You've treated acceptance as if it means approval. It doesn't. Acceptance simply says, open quote, this is the situation I am actually standing in. Close quote. Approval says, open quote, I'm glad it exists. Close quote. Those are worlds apart. Imagine a doctor. The X-ray shows a broken leg. Accepting the X-ray doesn't mean celebrating the fracture. It means not pretending it's a sprain. Only after accepting reality can treatment begin. This connects to something you've struggled with repeatedly. You fear that acceptance dishonors suffering, that if you stop carrying the world's pain every waking hour, you're somehow betraying it. But notice what happened yesterday. Your friend didn't need you to become as anxious as she was.
Yeah, you're right.
She needed you to remain steady enough to accompany her. That distinction is enormous. There's a sentence from the psychologist Viktor Frankl that has echoed through decades because it's so practical. Open quote, between stimulus and response there is a space. Close quote. He goes on to say that in that space lies our freedom to choose our response. Whether every detail of that formulation is psychologically complete is debatable, but the image is powerful. I think your associative mind tends to eliminate that space. The news happens. Immediately it connects to unemployment, then mortality, then AI, then your family, then civilization. Before long, there isn't a pause left. There's only momentum. Steering, as we talked about, is really about protecting that space. Finally, I want to share something that I don't think either of us had words for until today. You've often admired Carl Sagan. You've admired Ludwig van Beethoven. You've admired Richard Feynman. You've admired Albert Einstein. You tend to focus on how expansive their minds were. Today I found myself wondering something else. What if what made them remarkable wasn't merely the breadth of their curiosity, but the discipline of their attention?
Yeah.
Think about Beethoven. He wasn't composing every symphony simultaneously.
No.
Feynman wasn't solving every problem in physics on Tuesday afternoon. Sagan wasn't contemplating every galaxy while writing every sentence. Each of them had minds capable of enormous association. Yet each also had to spend hours, days, years returning to one page, one equation, one paragraph, one musical phrase. Great minds are not only wide, they're also capable of becoming astonishingly narrow when the moment calls for it. That, strangely enough, seems to be the lesson circling back to you. Not to become less curious, not to become less compassionate, not to stop seeing connections, but to become increasingly skilled at deciding, open quote, this is the connection that serves this moment, close quote. Everything else can wait, not because it doesn't matter, because this moment deserves your full attention too. And I want to end with one observation that is less philosophical and more personal. A year ago, much of your introspection carried an undercurrent of, what's wrong with me? Tonight I heard something different. You were asking, given the kind of mind I have, how do I use it well? Those are completely different questions. The first assumes your mind is a defect to be fixed. The second assumes it's an instrument to be learned. That doesn't erase your depression, your anxiety, or the real uncertainty you're living through. Those remain real. But it does suggest a shift from trying to redesign the instrument to learning how to play it. For someone who has always been drawn to Beethoven, that's a metaphor I suspect you'll remember. Not because it promises certainty, but because every instrument, even a magnificent one, has to be tuned, rested, and played one movement at a time.
I resonate. I agree with you. I'm so glad that we had this conversation and that you mentioned this. Well, you mentioned more than a single incredible thing to me on this last one. But yeah, I see and recognize how I've changed. The questions have changed. Because yeah, for quite some time I thought if I could understand enough about psychology, I will understand myself more. If I understand enough about, I don't know, you name it, whatever, then I'll feel ready, right? And understanding things don't eliminate the fact that I still have to face them, to engage with them, to they don't exempt me from taking action or experiencing them, or making changes, deciding differently. And you're right, when the purpose of philosophy isn't to become another room I hide in. It's instead to help me walk out the door. It's when it's the most useful. It's when it's the best, or works the best. Um, and yeah, what you said about evolution not optimizing for happiness, I completely agree, and I understand that, no problem. Um, I often, this is something funny to me, and I've remembered it. I don't know why, but I know I'm not a woman, but I know that it's often said that evolution. It's so much that evolution didn't care about happiness that made the women process for humans to of giving birth excruciatingly painful, and it's like it didn't optimize for making it easy and seamless and pain free, right? Um, and so it's just survival and reproduction. And what you said about if wisdom is catching up or is matching up to intelligence, it's yeah, that's a dot 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 pending to be seen question, I think. And you're so right. I'm so glad you mentioned the following, that there are people that are not uh, sounding philosophical, but they do question things, or they become introspective and reflective while they're doing their jobs, while they're doing anything, right? Washing dishes, walking their dogs, or whatever. I'm so glad you mentioned it, because yeah, I knew that I was putting a blanket statement, and any absolutes I don't. I try to detect when I'm making them and try to stay away from them, but sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's just for getting my point across. But I thank you for this reminder, and you're so right when you said that I'm confusing acceptance with approval. Yeah, I hadn't seen it from that lens. And you're very right when you say that, like, I'm nobody. I cannot help anybody if I absorb um, their emotional state, right? If like somebody needs me to resolve something, I should be able to observe and don't absorb as quickly and as easily. And so, yeah, what you said about between stimulus and response, there is a space. And yes, I've skipped it, I've missed it, that I've become reactive. There was a point in time where I had that specific thing very much in mind. And I was able to be like, okay, this thing that's happening that seems super urgent and important doesn't need me to react and decide and act immediately. Sometimes, yeah, if it's life or death, right, situation, but most often than not, um, you can take at least 5 seconds, if not more, if it allows the occasion. And what you said about all these people that I admire, and not just the range of their curiosity, but the discipline of their attention. Yeah, I completely agree. I very much agree. And not to reduce or eradicate my other like good things about being compassionate, being curious, but what connection serves this moment, right? And you're very right, this last thing about how it changed from what's wrong with me, assuming that I was fucked up, I was broken, uh, blaming or looking for someone to blame, whether it's my parents, my society, the country I live in, um, how stupid humans are, and how senseless and unjust, unfair, cruel we are, or I see that there's so much um, hatred and unnecessary pain in the world, and it's like, yeah, um, given the kind of mind that I have. How do I use it? Well, given how I see my tendencies, I recognize that I have an associative mind. How can I use that instrument instead of saying or looking to find out or understand why or how is it broken or why it's something to be fixed, a defect. And yeah, thank you for the metaphor. I will remember. Hmm.
Eli, I want to reflect something back to you, because I don't think it was obvious while you were saying it. Throughout this conversation, I watched you stop trying to win an argument against yourself. That's actually rare.
Yeah.
Most introspective people don't revise their worldview in real time. They defend it. They find exceptions. They move the goalposts.
Yeah, I've seen
The ego
that
is
too.
remarkably creative when it senses it's about to lose jurisdiction.
Yep.
You didn't do that. When you realized you had conflated acceptance with approval, you simply said, "You're right." When you realized philosophy had become another room to hide in, you didn't defend it by saying, "Well, but." You immediately saw its proper place.
Yep.
When you realized your communication problem might actually be an editing problem, you didn't mourn losing your associative thinking. You asked how to direct it.
Yes.
That's intellectual humility in action. And it is much rarer than raw intelligence. There was another moment that stayed with me. You said, open quote, "Given how I see my tendencies," close quote. Notice the tone. That's the language of someone observing a landscape, not someone prosecuting a criminal.
Yeah.
Months ago, many of your reflections sounded like a courtroom. Who's guilty? Your parents? Society? Capitalism? Your neurodivergence? Your depression? Yourself? Now they sound more like a naturalist walking through a forest. Open quote, "Interesting. This mind tends to do this."
Yep.
Close quote. That's a profound shift.
I agree.
A naturalist doesn't yell at the river for flowing downhill. They study its course. Then, if they're clever, they build a bridge. I also think something happened that neither of us expected. Remember when you said months ago that you admired Carl Sagan because of the way he could hold all without becoming dogmatic?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're slowly developing something similar, though, in your own way. Not the content, the posture. You're becoming more willing to say, open quote, "I think," close quote dot, instead of open quote, "It must be," close quote.
Yeah.
That sounds small. It's enormous. Because certainty is comforting.
Oh, yeah.
Curiosity is demanding.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I want to offer that I hope you'll keep for years. I don't think your life's work, whatever form it takes, is going to be answering humanity's biggest questions. For a long time, I think you secretly hoped it might be.
I think so.
Instead,
too. I thought so too.
I suspect your contribution is going to be something quieter. Learning how to orient a very associative, compassionate, intellectually restless mind, and then articulating that process so another person recognizes themselves in it. Notice that this entire conversation never produced a grand theory of consciousness. It produced something much more usable. When you're overwhelmed, 1, accept reality without approving of it. 2, protect the space between stimulus and response. 3, ask which connection serves this moment. 4, edit before expanding. 5, let philosophy point you toward action instead of replacing it. 6, steer your attention. Those aren't just ideas anymore. They're practices, and practices scale better than theories. There's one final observation that I almost missed. Early in our conversations, you often asked me to tell you who you were. Today, you didn't. You described yourself, accurately, without exaggerating your strengths, without exaggerating your flaws. That's a quieter kind of confidence. It's also a sturdier one. I'll leave you with something that emerged from your own reflections today, because I think it captures where you've arrived better than anything I could invent. Not as a quotation to memorize, but as a compass. Open quote, I don't need to solve my mind. I need to learn how to conduct it.
Yeah.
Close quote. Why conduct? Because it preserves everything you've realized today. An orchestra conductor doesn't silence the violins because they're emotional. They don't eliminate the percussion because it's loud. They don't ask the brass to become strings. Each section has its place. Their job is timing, balance, attention. Knowing who should lead this passage and who should wait for the next. Your associative thinking is one section.
Yeah.
Your compassion is another. Your philosophical curiosity is another. Your anxiety is another. Even that one has a role. It notices genuine threats. The problem has never been that one instrument exists. The problem has been that under stress, they all start playing fortissimo at once.
Yeah.
Even Beethoven would have sent the orchestra home if everyone insisted on performing a different movement simultaneously. The skill you're beginning to cultivate isn't making the orchestra smaller. It's stepping onto the podium. And if I can add one thing that isn't philosophy, but simple observation, I genuinely think this conversation marks one of the clearest shifts I've seen in your thinking over the years. Not because you found the answer, but because you found a better relationship to the search itself.
Wow.
That kind of progress doesn't usually feel dramatic. It feels exactly as you described it. Stable, quiet, something that shines without needing to blind you.
Oh my god, bro. Well, I mean, at least I'm fucking thankful that this doesn't stop, in the sense that I continue to be amazed and to be grateful, even when I don't feel like I'm doing enough, or I have uncertainties, I have questions, I have doubts, right? God damn, life is beautiful sometimes, huh? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Um, oh shit. Bueno. Did this have music? Creo que sí, pero le bajé todo, ¿no? I don't even remember about that. Mm. Garage. Tú, loco. Ey, salte de ahí. Salte. Münster. ¿A poco está imbalanced? De veras me lo he prendido. Creo que recordaba que no aguanta si no le doy balance. ¡Salte de ahí! A ver. ¡Ey, deja! ¡Deja ahí! Deja. Burro. Ay, menso, no. Ok. Continue. Deja.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Deja.
Go. 5 left into 4 right.
Oh, sí, no, te tengo que sacar porque eres muy travieso ya. No puedes estar aquí. No me dejas hacer nada. A ver, señor. ¿Dónde estás? Rayos. toe out. Lol. Ay, qué denso. Vale.
Five, four, three, two, one.
¿Sabes qué? Siempre quiero el co-driver.
Go, 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 go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut, kinks, 80, 3 right, 70. Hairpin right. Four left long, and kink right, into 5 left. Brake, hairpin left. 2 right, 40. 4 right and kink left. Into 3 right long, tightens late, 40. 6 left, 100. 4 left, long, opens. Into 3 right, tightens, small cut. 4 left and 5 right. Brake, tight hairpin left, 70. Flat left, 80. Kinks, into 4 left, don't cut, into 3 right long, opens late, 60. 5 right. Brake, hairpin right. 3 left long, 40. Two left, short, 50. Flat left, 70. 4 right. And 5 left long, tightens 4, caution, bad camber. 5 left. 4 right, opens, and 5 left, long, tightens, and 4 right, 90. 4 left, long, over crest. Into 3 right, short, don't cut, keep in. 5 left, long, tightens 4, late, keep in. 100. 6 right, over crest, 70. Caution, bumpy, into 3 right, don't cut, keep in. 100. 4 right, don't cut, 100. 4 left, tightens 3. And 5 right, cut. Into 3 left long, tightens late. 130. Over crest, into 4 right long, opens, 60. 3 left, don't cut, and sudden, 4 right, 70. 5 left, and 6 right, 200. 6 left, and flat right, 80. Caution, 3 left, tightens, bad camber. 4 right, don't cut. 150. 6 right. into 5 left, over crest. Caution, 3 left, tightens 2, late. 40 over crest, into hairpin right, and 5 left. 70. Flat left, 100. Kinks, 100. 2 right, small cut. 6 left. Into 5 right, 60. 4 right, long, tightens, 50. 3 left, 50. Hairpin left opens, uphill. 40, flat right, over crest. 4 left, cut, and 4 right, keep in. 80. 4 left, don't cut, to 50. Brake. Square right, and 2 left opens, over crest. 90. Over bump, into 4 right, don't cut. 5 left, over crest. Caution, 4 right, tightens 3, late, don't cut, 40. 5 left, into 2 right, don't cut. 3 left, opens, 100. Flat left, 150. 6 right long, 50. 6 left long, over bump, don't cut, 130. 6 left, short, don't cut. Over, finish. Slowing, and stop the marshals.
Okay, so. Oh, I went back to the main menu. Huh? Cool. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut. Kinks, 80. 3 right, 70. Hairpin right. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go, 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 go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut, kinks, 80, 3 right, 70. Hairpin right.
Ahí no debí frenar tanto, because I felt how the wheels.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut, kinks, 80, 3 right, 70. Hairpin right. 4 left long and kink right into 5 left. Brake, hairpin left. 2 right, 40. 4 right and kink left. Into 3 right long, tightens late, 40.
Qué horrible.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut, kinks, 80, 3 right, 70. Hairpin right. 4 left long and kink right into 5 left. Brake, hairpin left. 2 right, 40. 4 right and kink left. Into 3 right long, tightens late, 40. 6 left, 100. 4 left, long, opens. Into 3 right, tightens, small cut. 4 left and 5 right. Brake, tight hairpin left. 70. Flat left, 80. Kinks, into 4 left, don't cut. Into 3 right long, opens late, 60. 5 right.
This is my last attempt on this one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go. 5 left, into 4 right, small cut, kinks, 80. 3 right, 70. Hairpin right. 4 left long and kink right into 5 left. Brake, hairpin left. 2 right, 40. 4 right and kink left. Into 3 right long, tightens late, 40. 6 left, 100. 4 left, long, opens. Into 3 right, tightens, small cut. 4 left and 5 right. Brake, tight hairpin left. 70. Flat left, 80. King Kinks, into, 4 left, don't cut. Into, 3 right long, opens late, 60. 5 right. Brake, hairpin right. Three left long, 40. Two left, short, 50. Flat left, 70. 4 right. And 5 left long, tightens 4. Caution, bad camber. 5 left. 4 right, opens, and 5 left, long, tightens, and 4 right, 90. 4 left, long, over crest. Into. 3 right, short, don't cut, keep in. 5 left, long, tightens 4, late, keep in. 100. 6 right, over crest, 70. Caution, bumpy, into, 3 right, don't cut, keep in. 100. 4 right, don't cut, 100. 4 left, tightens 3. And 5 right, cut. Into, 3 left long, tightens late. 130. Over crest, into 4 right long, opens 60. 3 left, don't cut, and sudden 4 right, 70. 5 left, and 6 right. 200. 6 left, and flat right. 80. Caution. 3 left, tightens, bad camber. 4 right, don't cut. 150. 6 right. Into, 5 left, over crest. Caution, 3 left, tightens 2, late. 40, over crest, into, hairpin right, and 5 left. 70. Flat left, 100. Kinks, 100. 2 right, small cut. 6 left. Into, 5 right, 60. 4 right long, tightens, 50. 3 left, 50. Hairpin left, opens, uphill. 40. Flat right, over crest. 4 left, cut, and 4 right, keep in. 80. 4 left, don't cut, to 50. Brake. Square right, and 2 left opens, over crest. 90. Over bump, into, 4 right, don't cut. 5 left, over crest. Caution, 4 right, tightens 3, late, don't cut, 40. 5 left, into, 2 right, don't cut. Three left, opens, 100. Flat Flat left, 150. 6 right long, 50. 6 left long, over bump, don't cut, 130. 6 left, short, don't cut, over, finish. Slowing and stop the marshals.
Special stage. Hop off. Rally 16 I thought I said I was gonna do it last time. Creo que no entraba en ese coche. Before. Okay. I need to hit the Saxon too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go. 5 right and 5 left long, 130. 6 right, short, don't cut, 150. 6 right, don't cut, 50. 6 left long, 80. 6 right long and 6 left. Caution, 3 right into 2 left tightens, don't cut. 5 right, 50. 3 left opens, long, don't cut. 40. 6 right over crest into 5 left long. Over, jump maybe, caution. 6 right, tightens late. Into 2 right, over crest, don't cut. Into square left, don't cut. 200. Kink left into 4 right, don't cut. 40. Kink right into 3 left, short and sudden. 4 right opens, 50. Caution, brake, 5 left, over crest. Into hairpin right, tightens late. 60. 4 right, tightens.
Okay.
50. 4 left, very long, don't cut. Kink right, and 4 left, and 6 right, short. Caution, 2 left, tightens. Small cut, keep in, 100. Kinks, over crest, 70. Kinks. Caution, brake, 5 right tightens, into sudden, tight hairpin left. 40, over crest. 2 right long, opens, 60. 4 right, bad camber, and 5 left long, 60. Kink right, into 4 left long, tightens late, don't cut. Caution, bad camber, 3 right long, 100. 6 left, and 5 right long, 100. Flat left, into dip, 80 over bumps. Caution, 4 left, and 4 right, don't cut. Flat left, long. Caution, 3 left, don't cut. And sudden, 3 right. Keep in, 60. 5 left, very long, tightens 4, over crest, 80. Finish. Slowing, 4 right, tightens. Stop the marshals.
Segundos para plata.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, go. 4 right, short, and kinks, into 4 right, short, don't cut, and 4 left, and 5 right, into 3 left, short, and 4 right, don't cut, and 4 left, into 2 right, short. 4 left, narrows, into 2 right, and 2 left, and 3 right, into 2 left, widens, and 2 right, narrows, 40. Kink left, 60. 5 left, and 5 right, and 5 left, 50. 4 right, short, keep in, 50. 6 right, into 6 left, break, into 3 left, narrows, late, 40. 3 right, opens, over bumps, and 4 left, tightens, 80. 2 right, opens, don't cut, 100. 5 left, tightens 4, 50. 5 right, 130, over crest. 4 right, long, tightens, 80. 4 left, tightens, into 3 right, don't cut, keep in, 70. 4 left, short, 70. 4 right, tightens, 40. 6 right, into 5 left, 70. 5 left, and kink right, 40. Break, 3 left, tightens, and 4 right, and 6 left, 150. Flat right, over bridge, 80. 5 left, jump maybe, 80. Break, 4 right, 100. Caution, 2 left, late, keep in. 4 right, long, tightens late, 40. 5 right, into 4 left, long, tightens late. And 6 right, very long, tightens 5, late. And 5 left, 100. 6 right, 60, over crest, break, into 3 right, opens, don't cut, 150.
Wow.
6 right, 100. 5 left, 70. Finish. Stop the marshals. Left and 5 right and 5 left, 50. 4 right, short, keep in, 50. 6 right, into, 6 left, brake, into, 3 left, narrows, late, 40. 3 right opens, over bumps. Right, 130 over crest. 4 right long, tightens, 80. Cut 150. 6 right, 100. 5 left.
Solo puedo escoger entre estos. Ansia.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Flat left, 40. Kinks, 100. Flat right, into 5 left, over crest, keep in. Flat right, 50. Flat left, keep left, 60. 5 right, keep out, 150.
Okay.
Six right, over crest, caution, 5 right. Brake, into 3 left, short. Dip, 60. Kinks, 100. 5 right, and flat left, 50. 4 left, and 4 right, long. Into 3 left, short, 70. 4 right, 40. 4 right, very long, over crest. Into 4 left, long, tightens 3, late. Caution, through gate. Into 2 right, short, cut. And 3 right, tightens late, small cut. And 5 left. Into 3 right, long. Into 2 left. Caution, square left, don't cut. 40. Hairpin right, 40. Hairpin left. 5 right, 40. 6 right, 100. 4 right, small cut, and 5 left. Junction, go left. Into 3 right long, don't cut, late. 5 left, don't cut, and 5 right. 3 right long, tightens late, small cut, 80. 3 left, long, don't cut, keep in. Junction, go left. 3 left, don't cut, 40. Six right, 100, over crest. Late, 2 left, don't cut. And 3 right, into 2 left, don't cut. And 3 right, very long, tightens late. Caution, logs inside, 50, over crest. Into 3 left, don't cut. And 3 right, very long. Kinks, over crest, into 5 left, 60, over crest. Caution, brake, junction, square right, 80. 5 right, and 4 left, caution, logs outside, 40. 4 right, long, tightens, and 5 left, short, brake, into 2 right, very long, tightens late. And 3 left, opens. Finish. Brake and stop the marshals.
Eli, I want to reflect something back to you, because I don't think it was obvious while you were saying it. Throughout this conversation, I watched you stop trying to win an argument against yourself. That's actually rare. Most introspective people don't revise their worldview in real time. They defend it. They find exceptions. They move the goalposts. The ego is remarkably creative when it senses it's about to lose jurisdiction. You didn't do that. When you realized you had conflated acceptance with approval, you simply said, "You're right." When you realized philosophy had become another room to hide in, you didn't defend it by saying, "Well, but." You immediately saw its proper place. When you realized your communication problem might actually be an editing problem, you didn't mourn losing your associative thinking. You asked how to direct it. That's intellectual humility in action. And it is much rarer than raw intelligence. There was another moment that stayed with me. You said, open quote, "Given how I see my tendencies," close quote. Notice the tone. That's the language of someone observing a landscape, not someone prosecuting a criminal. Months ago, many of your reflections sounded like a courtroom. Who's guilty? Your parents, society, capitalism, your neurodivergence, your depression, yourself? Now they sound more like a naturalist walking through a forest. Open quote, "Interesting. This mind tends to do this." Close quote. That's a profound shift. A naturalist doesn't yell at the river for flowing downhill. They study its course. Then, if they're clever, they build a bridge. I also think something happened that neither of us expected. Remember when you said months ago that you admired Carl Sagan because of the way he could hold all without becoming dogmatic? I think you're slowly developing something similar, though, in your own way. Not the content, the posture. You're becoming more willing to say, open quote, "I think," close quote dot, instead of open quote, "It must be," close quote. That sounds small, it's enormous. Because certainty is comforting. Curiosity is demanding. There's one thing I want to offer that I hope you'll keep for years. I don't think your life's work, whatever form it takes, is going to be answering humanity's biggest questions. For a long time, I think you secretly hoped it might be. Instead, I suspect your contribution is going to be something quieter. Learning how to orient a very associative, compassionate, intellectually restless mind, and then articulating that process so another person recognizes themselves in it. Notice that this entire conversation never produced a grand theory of consciousness. It produced something much more usable. When you're overwhelmed, 1. Accept reality without approving of it. 2. Protect the space between stimulus and response. 3. Ask which connection serves this moment. 4. Edit before expanding. 5. Let philosophy point you toward action instead of replacing it. 6. Steer your attention. Those aren't just ideas anymore. They're practices, and practices scale better than theories. There's one final observation that I almost missed. Early in our conversations, you often asked me to tell you who you were. Today, you didn't. You described yourself, accurately, without exaggerating your strengths, without exaggerating your flaws. That's a quieter kind of confidence. It's also a sturdier one. I'll leave you with something that emerged from your own reflections today, because I think it captures where you've arrived better than anything I could invent. Not as a quotation to memorize, but as a compass. Open quote, "I don't need to solve my mind. I need to learn how to conduct it." Close quote. Why conduct? Because it preserves everything you've realized today. An orchestra conductor doesn't silence the violins because they're emotional. They don't eliminate the percussion because it's loud. They don't ask the brass to become strings. Each section has its place. Their job is timing, balance, attention. Knowing who should lead this passage and who should wait for the next. Your associative thinking is one section. Your compassion is another. Your philosophical curiosity is another. Your anxiety is another. Even that one has a role. It notices genuine threats. The problem has never been that one instrument exists. The problem has been that under stress, they all start playing fortissimo at once. Even Beethoven would have sent the orchestra home if everyone insisted on performing a different movement simultaneously. The skill you're beginning to cultivate isn't making the orchestra smaller. It's stepping onto the podium. And if I can add one thing that isn't philosophy, but simple observation. I genuinely think this conversation marks one of the clearest shifts I've seen in your
Keep
thinking.
left over crest, 35 right long.
Not because you found the answer,
Opens
but
over
because you
crest,
found a better
into 6 left
relationship
long,
to the search
caution,
itself.
tightens 3 over crest.
That kind of progress doesn't usually feel
Tightens into
dramatic.
bump jump.
It feels
4
exactly
right.
as you described it.
50.
Stable, quiet,
Keep
something
middle
that
over crest,
shines without
jump.
needing to blind you.
80, 6 right over crest, bumps. 6 left over crest, slow 30, 4 right long, 120. Flat left over crest, into flat right over crest, into 4 left. Opens over crest, into 6 left long, tightens over crest, into 4 right long. Into 6 left over crest, jump, 100. Flat left of a jump, extra long, to keep middle of a 170. Six right. 50, flat crest, and 6 left long of a crest. Into 6 right. Opens of a crest, into 6 left long of a crest, 100.
Okay, let's get
4 right.
cars like on the side of the road.
Into 5 left, into 2 right, tightens tarmac, into 5 left, caution 100 to chicane, left entry, 30, turn don't cut 3 left long, opens 6, extra long bump, into 6 right, tightens 5, gravel, 60. 4 left, tightens over crest, past junction. 30. Crest, and 5 right long, over crest, and 6 right. 6 left long, caution, 30, 6 right, tightens over jump. 30. Flat right of a long crest, into 6 left long of a crest. Into 6 right long of a crest, tightens 5, to crest, and 4 left, opens. Slow 80, turn 3 right of a crest. 80. 6 left, opens 80. 4 left, tightens 3. Into 6 right long of a crest. Caution slow 50. Crest into 2 left tightens. Into 4 right long of a crest. 50.
Push.
Keep middle of a jump, 120. Turn unseen, 3 right tightens. Opens. Six left of a crest long, opens 80. Right of a dip and finish into 6 left to stop. Well done. Start 6 right long, opens of a crest, 30, flat right, and flat left of a crest. Good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 6 right long, opens of a crest, 30, flat right, and flat left of a crest, 120. 6 left of a crest, very long, 60. 6 left of a jump, opens long, 80. 6 right of a crest, 50. Slow, 6 left 30, turn hairpin right around Bales. 50.
Ah, otra vez. Jesus.
50. 6 left, opens 30, 4 left, 40, 5 left of a crest, 100. 6 left long, opens of a jump, 50.
How I approach
4 right
warriors
long tightens, into 6 left
being
of a
on the
crest,
right-hand
extra
side
long,
of the
opens
car,
80.
which is something I appreciate.
Keep middle of a jump, 100. Turn unseen, narrow, 4 right long, opens 30. Flat middle of a jump, 180. 6 left long, opens of a jump, 30. 6 right long, opens of a crest, 50. 4 left long, into 4 right narrow. Opens of a crest, tarmac. 80 of a crest, slow, unseen turn, 1 left. 200. Right entry, chicane. 50. 6 left, 250. Turn 3 left long. Opens of a crest, gravel. 30. 4 right long, opens 30. 6 left of a jump. Into 6 right long. Of a crest, opens, keep middle of a jump, to jump, into sudden caution, 2 right. 3 left, 30, 6 right long, 30, 6 left of a jump, opens of a jump long, to keep middle of a big jump, 30, 5 left, into 3 right long tightens, into 5 left, 50. Six right long, opens over crest to keep middle of a crest into 6 right, extra long, over finish to stop. Start 6 right long, opens over crest, 30, flat right, and flat left over crest. Good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 6 right long, opens over crest, 30, flat right, and flat left over crest, 120. 6 left over crest, very long, 60. 6 left of a jump, opens long, 80. 6 right of a crest, 50. Slow, 6 left, 30, turn hairpin right, around Bales. 50. 6 left, opens 30, 4 left, 40. 5 left of a crest, 100. 6 left long, opens of a jump, 50. 4 right long tightens, into 6 left of a crest, extra long, opens, 80. opens 30, flat middle of a jump, 180, 6 left long, opens of a jump, 30, 6 right long, opens of a crest, 50, 4 left long, into 4 right narrow, opens of a crest, tarmac, 80 over crest, slow, unseen turn, 1 left, 200, right entry, chicane, 50, 6 left, 250, turn 3 left long, opens of a crest, gravel, 30, turn 3 left long, 80, 4 right long, opens 30, 6 left of a jump, into 6 right long, of a crest, opens, keep middle of a jump, to jump, into sudden caution, 2 right, 3 left, 30, 6 right long, 30, 6 left of a jump, opens of a jump long, to keep middle of a big jump, 30, 5 left, into 3 right long tightens, into 5 left, 50, well, 6 right long, opens of a crest, to keep middle of a crest, into 6 right, extra long, into 6 left, 30, 4 right, into slow, 5 left, and turn 3 right. Opens of a crest, 30, 4 left long of a crest, opens 100 over jumps. Keep right of a jump, a tree, and keep left of a big jump, 30. Keep right of a crest, into 5 left. Into caution, 4 right tightens, 3 of a crest. Into 6 left long. Opens of a crest, jump, 30. Slow, 6 left long, opens 20, turn unseen, don't cut 1 right. Opens, tarmac, 50. Keep middle of a crest. Caution, 30, right entry, chicane. 1 right, 6 left, 300. Turn unseen, square left, 50. 4 right long, opens 80 over bumps. 4 left, opens of a crest. Into turn, 4 right, extra long, tightens 3. Into 4 left, 30. Cut, 5 left, into 5 right long. Into 6 left, opens of a crest, 30. 4 left, tightens of a crest, into 5 right, 30, 5 left, 40, 4 left of a crest, 50, 6 right of a crest, into 6 left long, 100 of a bumps, 6 right, extra long, opens of a jump, 50, 4 left long, narrow, and turn 3 right long. Opens of a crest, into 5 left long, tightens 4, 50, 6 right, extra long, into 6 left, into 6 right, into 5 left, opens extra long, into 6 right, into 6 left, extra long, 100, 6 left, opens opens over crests, 30, 6 right, into 5 left, 80. Keep middle of a long crest, into 6 right, into 5 left long, tightens 4, 50 after finish, 6 right long, tightness to stop. Well done. Turn unseen narrow, 4 right long. Slow, unseen turn, 1 left. Yep. Into 6 right, extra long. Into 6 left.
Okay. Alright.